Okay, so we're going to be taking a look at another one of the posts on the Korean Mabinogi Eternity project site. So I would like to talk about texture production during the process of remodeling Turconail, where Militians will live. If you change the engine to Unreal, the background graphics will have to get better. Wouldn't it be possible to make it respond to real-time light by adding normal, roughness, and specular so that the characteristics of each material stand out? I'll make all the backgrounds you've wanted to make for a while. The will to create a truly fantastic background was sparked. However, our Mabinogi isn't like this. I worked too hard on sculpting using graphics tools, but it didn't have the hardwood feel that Mabi has. When I strengthened the normal, realizing low polygons with the three-dimensional effect of high polygons, the clear feeling typical of Mabi did not appear. However, I gathered my courage and went back to the beginning and thought about what elements determine the characteristics of Mabinogi's background. Mabinogi is a cartoon graphic. The flat feel of the environment setting creates a unique 2D feel, and the diffuse texture has strong contrasts to bring out the sense of mass. The sense of shape and proportion of the background had a simpler and more casual feel than the realistic proportions. On the other hand, the texture was closer to real life than expected. In these cases, Mabinogi's background identity was being added. So here's a good example of like the wooden textures being showed well. And then Avalon clearly shows like stone texture. This was it. More than anything, I realized that texture plays a big role. The unique, clean, and organized feeling comes from the texture. So, I tried creating the texture right away. First, create a shape. To what extent should sculpting using graphics tools be done? In sculpting shaping using graphic tools, I decided to neatly process large chunks and edges and only add large cracks to the wood texture. Work efficiency is also important, so the wood grain feel was created using alpha in the tool. So here you can see, like, this is the door to Duncan's house, and this is like the window. We've all seen the preview of his house in Unreal Engine. Second, create a diffuse base color of the object texture. In the past, texture creation was created by combining photo textures with Photoshop or drawing them directly. Nowadays, several tools such as ZBrush and Substance are used. Looking at the Mabinogi texture, we could see that it was close to real life and had a high density. It has a semi-realistic feel that has been processed through photo texture synthesis or stylized texture with high detail. Since it was produced 20 years ago, it had a strong feel of a photo composite hand mat. To reflect these aspects, using the production tool, we used the wood grain texture as a base and built it up one by one. Use the sharpen filter sharpening effect to express highlights and depicted parts more clearly. In particular, care must be taken when creating high polygons to clearly express highlights and shading at the edges. And this looks pretty cool. You can like see how in this picture like the wood is like changing. That looks really cool. And here you can see the front of Duncan's house again. This was it. Although the road was difficult, I was very proud that I had laid the foundation for transferring Mabinogi's style to the new engine. Yeah, it's very important Mabinogi has the same style, and this guy did really good work on this. Like, this isn't easy to do. So on the left we have existing resources, so the resources from Pleon Engine, and on the right we have the Unreal Engine resources. So this is the church in Pleon Engine and the bank in Pleon Engine, and this is the church in Unreal Engine and the bank in Unreal Engine. Making the tiles was also difficult. The tiles also used a texture that was close to real life and had a high density. Think of it as a semi-realistic texture with a processed feel through compositing from a photo texture or a stylized texture with high detail. I tested it out in two ways. Processed through Substance Designer texture creation tool for soil and grass, you can see it here, and photo plus PRB, so physically based rendering, resource synthesis for the soil and grass, so you can see like the two differences between these pictures. How to create a Substance Designer from a stylized feel to a more realistic depiction. Advantage: as work resources accumulate, you can quickly work with tiles with a different feel by reorganizing and recycling nodes. Disadvantage: it takes time to express photo-like details. And photo texture and PRB resource plus Substance Designer and Sampler equals composite. The work speed is fast. Disadvantages is it requires reliance on photo resources, so expressions are limited. So here's another cool picture of Turconail Town Square. This is kind of cool because now we have a closer look at the actual town square area that a lot of us have spent a lot of time being AFK in. So I like the wood that they decided to add here. That wasn't here before. It used to just be all stone. It looks like they added like wood right here and like the four corners. I think that's to make it feel a little bit more like a bench. And you can also see like the brick right there. That looks cool. And you can see some brick over there too. Overall, I think they did a really good job with this. This looks like Town Square. It feels good. We can see everything appearing. We can see all the trees appearing, all the buildings and fences, the water, the dock for fishing. Let's go right to here. This is our first real look at like Turconail as a whole. The only thing we really can't see is Fergus's shop. So there's the healer's house way over there. That's going to be the graveyard. I would love to see some close-ups of what the graveyard is going to look like. Looking back, a lot of things happened. There's still a lot to do, but the style has been established. This is how the background graphics of Mabinogi Eternity are being produced. So this was an interesting post to read. I'm definitely glad that they're interested in capturing Mabinogi's style and making it feel like the same game. Okay, so today we're going to be looking at the Mabinogi Eternity section on the Korean website. And today we're going to be looking at For Silky Militian Hair. So, hello, this is Developer K. I would like to talk about the process of applying physics-based animation to bring life to the hair of Militians. In the beginning, there was a skeleton, so this is a skeleton of a Militian. The screenshot above is of the skeleton omitted for illustration purposes. In the actual game, more skeletons are used for various movements. Traditional animation techniques for creating character movement include: there's a basic skeleton for the character, and the key animation which moves the skeleton in XYZ direction and adds a key to each frame is common. For example, let's consider the motion called walking. Since the legs must move back and forth, the thigh, calf, foot, and toe bones must be moved each frame to set the height, left foot, right foot, respectively. Of course, let's move the arms naturally too. Let's set the height by moving the upper arm, forearm, and hand skeletons each frame. For natural movement, the body also needs to be in rhythm. So pelvis, spine, neck, etc. Walking was used as an example, but in Mabinogi, all character movements are performed in the same manner as above. It is a key animation method that holds the key by moving the position of the skeleton for each frame. The motions of various skills, the motions of actions, etc., all movements. When the above skeleton moves, the attached modeling should also move along with it, right? The work done to achieve this is called rigging and skinning. Connect each vortex of modeling to the skeleton rigging and set the skeleton by giving weights that will be affected by its movement skinning. This allows the attached modeling skin to stretch or shrink when the skeleton moves. Since the basic skeleton of the character is shared, even if the modeling is changed, if the skinning is done properly, the animation operates normally. So hair animation. Let's take an example of a ponytail. It is said that animation must be added to the ponytail hair with all key animation data created based on the basic skeleton described above. First, we need to add a skeleton for the ponytail for movement to the basic skeleton. So here you can see the picture for an example. Now all you have to do is add a key for the movement of the additional skeleton for the ponytail to the animations you previously created for character movement. In all character animations, 13,586, the key of the skeleton added for the ponytail must be adjusted step by step. So here's all the steps. As the hair bones continue to be added to the base bone, rigging and skinning problems also arise. So separation of the hair skeleton. Before something like the above becomes difficult just by imagining it, let's separate the hair skeleton from the basic skeleton. Leave the existing basic skeleton and animation data as is and create a separate skeleton for the hair. Let's use the ponytail as an example again. Let's create a separate hair skeleton like this and create a separate animation for the ponytail that will run simultaneously with the existing animation. At this time, when the walking animation of the basic skeleton is executed, the walking animation of the ponytail skeleton is also executed at the same time. The animation operates separately on the two skeletons, but the result looks like one movement. Of course, for this it is necessary to adjust the frame length of both animations and keep adjusting them based on the basic skeleton animation so that the hair does not stick out too much. Separating the skeleton only solves problems in the rigging and skinning process compared to adding a hair skeleton to the basic skeleton. The process for creating a key animation corresponding to all existing animations is the same. Currently, in the case of moving wigs and hair Mabinogi, the skeleton is separated for each hair mesh and a key animation is created and applied in response to the motion applied to the existing basic skeleton. Physics-based animation. What is physics animation? It has physical properties such as mass, inertia, damping, and elasticity. This refers to animation that is simulated to produce results similar to everyday physical phenomena. In short, if you set various conditions, movement is automatically created according to the physical phenomena. If you just listen to the exclamation, there is no need to specify the position for the skeleton for each frame like in the existing key animation. It sounds like a technology that naturally and automatically simulates the position of the skeleton. In reality, there are many things to consider in order to express natural movement. Let's use the ponytail as an example again. Even in motion, in place, in motion that moves and runs, or in motion with high acceleration, the simulation should come out not moving as if it's bouncing too much, right? In small movements, there is little response to external factors, so it is difficult to express the ponytail's movements in detail. On the other hand, with large movements, acceleration or collisions can make the simulation unstable, causing the movement to appear inaccurate. To respond to these problems, adjust the parameters of the physics simulation, or adjustments to the magnitude and direction of the motion are required. Nevertheless, there are cases where it is not possible to satisfy both extreme situations of small motion and large motion. Initial physics-based animation test appearance, so that's this here. So 1, no physical animation, and 2, small physical animation movement, and 3, large physical animation movement. So you can see here how the hair isn't moving at all when the character moves, and you can see here how it's moving a little bit when the character moves, and in 3 you can see how the hair is moving a lot when the character moves. For the flowing Malaysian hair, the key animation and physics-based animation introduced above are all research and development processes for the flowing Malaysian hair. In addition, there are various contents such as combination of key animation and physics-based animation, retargeting system, etc. We will cover related content in the next costume animation, the 4-pointed skirt action. Okay, we will cover related content in the next costume animation. The 4-pointed skirt is actually. As the journey of the Mabinogi Eternity project continues, Malaysian's hair will become even more luscious. Okay, so this is good. So they are working on hair movement in this part of the update. Okay, so we'll be looking at another part of the Mabinogi Eternity section on the Korean website. So the 4-point skirt is actually... So we develop with Unreal Engine, so of course the skirt will naturally flow, right? This time we will focus on expressing natural movement in costume animation, especially skirt-shaped costumes. Let me introduce you to the animation-related R&D process. Let's briefly recall the key animation and rigging and skinning introduced in the hair animation section. Key animation holds the key by moving the position of the skeleton for each frame. Rigging and skinning connect each vertex of the modeling to the skeleton rigging and give the skeleton a weight to be affected by its movement, skinning. 4-point skirt, not bulletproof. Taking the popo skirt as an example, the skirt hem of the popo skirt is rigged and skinned to the leg bones. So when the legs move due to the key animation, the attached skirt moves together. So what should I do to make the skirt part of the 4-point skirt move separately? You just need to create an additional skeleton to move the skirt and set a separate key animation. Volitions who have seen the hair animation process will have already noticed, but there is a problem. So they're just saying the same, they're just using the hair example here. If this continues, the skeleton will continue to proliferate as each costume has a different shape. However, this is a problem I have already experienced once with hair animation. Just apply the same solution as hair animation. So, cloth simulation. It is a type of physics-based animation that was previously introduced in hair animation. It refers to a technology that imitates the motion of flexible materials such as clothing or fabric. What makes hair animation different from physically based animation is that cloth simulation movements do not require a skeleton. Of course, since physical calculations are performed at the vertex level instead, it is bound to be heavy in terms of performance. What if we combined Mabinogi with cloth simulation, which is excellent for expressing the smooth movement of fabric? I started applying the cloth simulation by imagining the possum skirt I was wearing swaying in the air every time I walked. The problem is form. A problem occurred during testing with various types of skirts: short skirt, long skirt, wide skirt, narrow skirt. By rigging and skinning, there are no parts that can be stretched beyond the original form of the modeling. As physics calculations were performed at the vertex level, side effects occurred, such as legs going through the skirt or the bottom of the skirt being rolled up. Of course, there is room for improvement by setting additional physical properties and increasing the amount of computation. It was difficult to expect natural movement in long and narrow skirts. If you attach a skeleton as before, rig it, skin it, and then use the key animation to move it, the mesh will stretch beyond its existing shape. The movement of the flowing skirt that was initially thought is moving further away. Physics simulation again. As applied in previous hair, a separate skeleton for the skirt was created, separated from the basic skeleton, and attached to the skeleton for the skirt. A method of applying physics simulation was introduced. The basic skeleton of the character is used to control the character's movement. This skeleton determines the overall movement of the character and handles the basic animations such as walking, running, jumping, etc. The skeleton for the skirt is responsible for simulating the physics of the skirt parts, used to represent the movement of the skirt more realistically. Physics-based animation calculates the movement of the skirt by considering physical factors such as gravity, air resistance, and external interference. For example, when a character moves quickly, the effect of a skirt blowing in the wind is physically simulated. The physical effects make the game character's motion feel more lifelike and realistic. By combining these two separate skeletal systems, the overall movement of the character utilizes traditional animation techniques, while the movement of one particular part, the skirt, is expressed more naturally through physics-based form. However, there were problems with applying physics-based animation. In small movements, there is less response to external factors. The movement of the skirt is difficult to express in detail. On the other hand, with large movements, acceleration or collisions make the simulation unstable, causing the movement to appear inaccurate. To respond to these problems, it is necessary to adjust the parameters of the physics simulation or adjust the size and direction of motion. There were limits to the physical simulation results appearing natural in all movements. Combination of key animation and physics simulation. To solve the problem, key animation was applied to the skeleton at the beginning of the chain in the chain-shaped skirt skeleton. This ensures that movement at the top of the skirt is reliably controlled by key animation. We apply physics-based animation to the remaining bones of the skirt, propagating physical movement based on the key animation movement of the top bone. Through this, it has become a form that can satisfy both stability in large motions and movement in small motions. The problem is that you need to separate the skeletons for all skirt-shaped meshes and set key animations for each skeleton for each mesh. To solve this, we used Unreal's retargeting function. Utilize retargeting system. To increase efficiency, add a skirt bone to the basic torso skeleton. Using this, we used Unreal's retargeting system in the process of applying key animation to the top bone of the skirt. Add the skirt's armature to the main torso armature. This integrates the skirt and bodice bones into one frame. Apply key animation to the skirt bone added to the basic torso bone. The animation will control the movement of the top part of the skirt. Using Unreal's retargeting system, skirts of various shapes, long skirts, short skirts, skirts with one side long, skirts with different waistlines, starting points, allows you to correspond to the movements of the basic torso skeleton. Through this, the movement of the upper part of the skirt is moved by the key animation of the skirt bone of the basic torso skeleton, and the remaining parts are moved by the animation key of the skirt bone of the basic body skeleton. Each skirt is moved by a physics simulation of the skeleton connected to the mesh. Using a retargeting system, we efficiently integrate the structure of the existing torso skeleton and the newly added skirt bone. It was effective in combining animations for various parts by flexibly constructing the character's skeleton. So you can see in this image here, retargeting results, light blue basic skeleton, blue skirt mesh skeleton. Okay, so yeah, the light blue here is like the basic skeleton, and then the dark blue here, the normal blue, is the skirt mesh skeleton. We may not be satisfied with all forms, but we will find the answer. As always, below is a temporary modeling resource for testing that was used in the early R&D process. Key animation, torso skeleton plus upper skirt skeleton, physical animation, skirt lower skeleton, combination result. So here you can see those images. The 4-point skirt was actually a skirt that moved in the air. All of the content introduced above was a process to express the natural movement of the 4-point skirt. Although cloth animation has not been applied to cloth skirts, research is underway to apply it to cloaks and certain types of mesh. In addition, various research is underway to improve the natural motion of clothing using a new engine.
할아버지 말씀은 너무 어려워.
Alright, let's play Mabinogi. So, lots of commerce today. I'm gonna go to Dumbarton real fast, get my speed potions right now. How much gold do I have anyway? 583,000. Okay. Well, we're gonna give up 250k for these speed potions. Oh right, and it's a Wednesday, so they're a little bit cheaper. How much cheaper are they? So they're 2,500 gold cheaper on Wednesdays. Nice. Gonna save over a little over 7k. Bonbons, welcome to the stream. Just getting started on commerce. Okay, so I have 1 potion from yesterday and the 5 that I just bought, so that's good for 3 solid hours of commerce. I still have 5 minutes left on this one, so maybe I'll get some stuff here and then go to a ship port and head over to Idia before that one wears off. Oh nice, you got the sleigh with the huskies. Yeah, that one moves faster in the Vales area. Like, those rental mounts, like the camel gives you a boost in the Longa Desert, that sleigh one will give you a boost like in this area, near Vales. Looks like I'm going to Vales. I'm gonna take these over there for... No wait, these are worth 707 in Philia. I'll see what it is when I get to the ship port. I need 80,000, so I need to get 50,000 points if I want to get to Gold 4. I'm not sure if I'll go through with it, but I'm tempted to do a really long stream today and reach Gold 4, get all 50k points like in this stream. I could probably do that if I streamed for like 5 or 6 hours. Honestly, I use the ships to take most of my breaks, like bathroom breaks, water breaks, anything like that. I just go, okay, I'll just get on a ship for the next run, and then I can do a 5-minute BRB. Works out just fine. can't really take any breaks when you're actually moving around. If I had warding candy that could prevent bandit encounters and I was in Idia, I could click somewhere on the map and let my commerce mount travel on its own without worry, and then I could like step away for a minute or two if I really had to or needed to for something with my mount on autopilot. But I don't have warding candy yet. Looks like I'll get there just a little bit before the potion ends, so the last minute or so of this speed potion will go to waste, but overall, not too bad on the timing. Wait, isn't there a ship that leaves at like 9 p.m., so we're getting here at like 8? If I'm right and that's for one of the Idia ships, then maybe I can get on right away. So Vales, it looks like. Oh, right, no. Philia 707. So we want to go for this one. Can I get on time? Oh, okay. I guess I was wrong. This one doesn't leave at 9 p.m. So we have to wait. We have to wait a little bit. When you're waiting to like board a ship or waiting for a ship to depart, it's a good opportunity to work on mini games because you get like achievements for playing mini games and doing them a certain number of times. do the cake mini game. Oh, I just missed that last topping. Almost got 6. Actually, I'm not even sure if remote bank access works when you're doing commerce. Okay, it does. I guess there's no reason why it shouldn't work, because you could technically just go through town and stop by any bank branch anyway. Fill up some Dorcha in case I encounter any master bandits. Get those 2 summoned. And now is a good time to use the next speed potion and the reduction candy. Okay, good. So the prices did change, but they changed in my favor this time. This was worth 707 here, now they're worth 763. How much of that Philia style jerky do they have? Okay, I'll take that to Quilla. I'm not gonna take it overseas because I just made a trip by boat, but we could take that to Quilla for sure. So Camel. What is the next reward again? Like, is that ducats or is that some sort of potion or something? Speed potions and then ducats at gold 3. Okay. Got a little too close to this bandit. The skiff, I don't usually rent that one, so I don't know the exact price off the top of my head. The camel is like 300,000 seasonal ducats, so I imagine the skiff is probably more. So the skiff would probably be like at least 500,000 or 700,000. Maybe more. It does have some good speed. It just depends on if its carrying capabilities works out for you. Ooh, barely dodged that bandit. Like, I think the trader's skiff is even faster than the horse wagon by a little bit. And plus, you can also use your partner to get a boost as well. With the trader's skiff. Go through this pathway. Gotta get to the bridges. I think the full-sized airships for airship commerce, like those ones, I believe are around 10 million. To get one of those. But the nice thing about airship trades is if you can find a party to do it with, you don't have to buy an airship to be able to do it. If someone else has the airship in their possession and they're like running the party, then as long as they have it, you can join their party and board it. I mean, you can airship commerce as much as you want, as long as you can find the group. I'm not sure how many EU players like do airship commerce, but no, you're not really limited to like what days you can specifically do it. I might be wrong because like it's been a long time since I've done airship commerce, but I believe most players do airship commerce on Mondays and Fridays, but that may have changed. I'm not really sure. The big problem is just finding like a group of people big enough. And also joining a big group can also be a little chaotic too, because like sometimes there have been like 30-something players in the area, and only one or two guys running the airship commerce parties, getting everyone together. And like sometimes we've had like 2 party leaders, like 2 airships, each one carrying like I think around 16 players, or as many as the airships can hold. And we've had like 2 airships traveling alongside each other just because there are so many players. So if it's a large enough group, there can be a lot of chaos there with everyone chatting and stuff. Yeah, getting Shining crystals isn't too difficult. It's mostly just time consuming because you have to like go into the area and gather them and stuff. The biggest reason I don't do a lot of bartering is because it's like time consuming. Like honestly, I'm just too lazy to put the extra effort into doing bartering stuff. Focus on the permanent mounts first, like the horse wagon and the elephant and stuff like that, because those are the permanent ones. Like the camel, the dog sled, and the trader skiff, those are all temporary. Like those go away when the trade season resets. So after this one ends on February 4th next year, then you lose the trader skiff or the camel or the husky sled, and you'll have to buy it again next season. So let's sell that for $6.95. We'll make a lot off of those. Oh, actually, I don't know if you can even rent the trader's skiff until you get the dog sled. Like, I think you have to get the camel and the dog sled rentals before you can get the trader's skiff one. How much is the dog sled? 300,000? So it's the same price as the camel. Maybe since you have to buy all three, the trader's skiff might only be like 300 or 500k. It might be cheaper than I'm remembering because you have to buy the other two or rent the other two like prior to renting that one. But no matter what you do, it's always pretty expensive. Like if you rent all three, you're going to be spending about $1 million of your seasonal ducats. Okay, yeah, so you're spending 1,200,000 then in total, right? So if it's 600k. So this is worth, we'll take this to Quill for 595. So hang on, I'll take a look here. How much? Like if you actually get the rewards, what was that? 10,000 seasonal ducats? Or wait, no, that's 100,000 seasonal ducats. 200,000, so that's 300k. 600k, that covers the camel and the dog sled. And then 500k, that's 800k, no wait. 100, 200. Yeah, so that covers the camel and the dog sled at 600. And that's 1,100,000. Okay, so you get 2,100,000 ducats in total for like going through the ranks. So just by leveling up your commerce rank enough, you can make enough to pay for all your rental mounts and still make a little bit of profit, but it just depends on how much of that bonus profit you want to give up. I almost have 8 million ducats right now, 7,800,000, so once I hit the 10 million mark, I'll be halfway to that cat backpack goal. I'll probably hit the 8 million mark today. The cat backpack is purely a fashion item. Doesn't give you any inventory or anything. It's basically just a backpack with like a little window bubble in the back for like a little cat. So there'll be like a little cat back there. I don't know what the Starry Cat backpack looks like. That's the one from the Challenger box. That one I can't buy. I actually have to get to the Challenger rank to get that. There are a couple of like different cat backpack designs too. Like, cat backpacks are actually like a real thing. Like they have all sorts of different types that have windows and like air holes, so you can take your cat with you, and they can kind of look at the scenery and stuff. I think that's the end of the Fantastic Melody playlist. Let's see. Oh crap, the price dropped, so I have to take this to ULAD now. Okay. I guess I just have to take that loss and go overseas. Gotta wait a little while to board. But since I'm right here, the 20 million cat backpack you can buy is in Save's shop at Port Aquila. So under seasonally. There's actually a dog one too. There's the Blissful Puppy backpack. But I'm not really... I'm more of a cat person than a dog person, but here's what the dog one looks like. It has a little bone here. And some pockets for storing your gear. A little flap you can close to give your dog some privacy. And then the one I'm saving up for, which is the cat one. So the cat has a little window here to kind of look at things. Okay, so yeah, this is designed. It has like a normal opening with like a window here. I have like a real cat backpack for one of my cats, and like it has a window that's kind of similar to this, only it's a lot bigger. And it has like 3 air holes here and 3 air holes here, so on the top it has like 6 air holes in total, and then it has like 3 air holes along the bottom, so I think it has like a total of like 9 air holes. And then instead of these side pockets, they're mesh pockets, so air can still get in through both sides, and one of the mesh pockets has a zipper and it functions as the door so the cat can get in. And then there's also like a big zipper along the top, so you can open the top of it as like a bigger door. So honestly, this is a pretty good one, but the only flaw with it is I don't see any air holes on this, so how's the poor cat gonna breathe? That's really the only design flaw. But yeah, cat backpacks are pretty much the only way you can only way you can really walk your cat. Oh, 1 a.m., so we have to wait 1 more hour. I'm very protective of, like, my cat, though. Like, with my cat backpack, I also got, like, 2 really small padlocks for the zippers, just in case, because it's like, I figure, what if my cat is actually crafty enough to know how to, like, open up the 2 zippers somehow and, like, make an escape, and, like, I also don't trust, like, actual people when I'm walking around with my cat, so it's like I use that for protection just in case. Okay, so this ship is leaving at 3, and then we can take it... Where can we take this? I guess Tara is the most profitable location for 1,036. The price did bounce back in Quilla, like I could get 271 for this stuff, but that's hardly anything. Like at this point it's... At this point it'd be better just to take it to Ulad, I'll get more money.
Alright, off to Tara. Oh, looks like someone just got robbed by some outlaws. Wasn't really paying attention which gang robbed the player. So 1036. Let's go to Tailton next. And I'll probably be going to Bangor from here. Ooh, they do have alchemy crystals. Very nice. Oh no, I guess things are worth more in E-Main right now. Alright. Well, let's buy those 42, and then we'll... alchemy crystals, and we'll get barrier spec crystals for the rest of it. Exit South Tilton and get to E-Main. 229 at Bangor? Okay. So I'm gonna use the camel again for the whole barbecue bear, mostly because of the weight. And we'll take those to Bangor for 229. So that group of bandits actually dropped the stowaway ticket. Can use this at... You can use this at Port Conus or Port Sella to travel instantly without waiting for the ship. I don't know if you can use that from Ulad. I don't know if there's like, you might have to be an idiot to do that. And stowaway tickets only last 3 days, so they do actually expire. I probably won't use it though, because I don't really want my merchant rating to decrease. Okay, so 229. They have lead? How much? Not much at all. Yeah, no, let's trade from somewhere else. How about Port Cobb? Wait, how many of the skills do they have? They have a lot of those. I could sell those until no Tara for 79. Okay. So, if I take the jellyfish, I want the camel, but if I'm taking anything else from... And the shark fins, because those weigh a lot, but the scales, we can use the alpaca for that. So we'll take those to Tara for 79. Okay, so all this is worth 79 here, and with that sale, I finally have 8 million seasonal ducats. Let's go to Tur, do a run from there next. So back to Tara to sell this for 47. Oh wait, they didn't have very many of those. And we'll take these and sell them for 56 as well. And there goes the speed potion. Pretty good timing. I'm almost to Tara. I think I might make a trip overseas from Dunbarton. We'll see what they have over there, and if they don't have anything, maybe I'll make a run from Belfast to Ulad. Those go for a lot in Bales, and those go for a lot in Corval. Like, I could settle and sell those in Bales too. Okay, how much are the other ones worth in core? No, not very much. The price could change, but for now we'll head to Port Cian. I'll hold off on using a speed potion until I get to Port Sella. Okay, ship leaves in about an hour in game time. So it looks like there are two new posts here. We have the maintenance post and the Horizon Seeker gacha. So standard 3-hour maintenance from 7 to 10. One gacha ending, a new gacha starting. So that's it. Let's see if there's anything actually worth it in this. Wait, why is there a cat on this wagon? That's probably just for the trailer. Hey, there's a player riding on the back of this too. This isn't the front. You can see the horse, the hooves right there. What's going on here? Is there a new commerce mount from this? So we have the Horizon Seeker tunic, which honestly looks pretty good. I like both of these outfits. Horizon Seeker Great Sword. The chain on that sword looks a little low quality, but aside from that, it looks pretty cool. Horizon Chaser Great Sword. Oh, here's a scroll for Alliance. The Horizon Seeker Twin Blade. Horizon Chaser Twin Blade. There's some slight differences. The Chaser one looks cooler, I think. Oh, and that's a cylinder. I thought that was like a ninja scroll or something at first. Some type of magic tome spellbook to give you more MP. Oh, they have like 4 of those. Those are kind of cool, I guess. Okay, that guard cylinder is really cool. Looks a little weird from the side, but... And then we have the Bash Effect change card, Eternal Space. And Infinite Space. So what does any of this have to do with commerce? Like even the Sparkling Rewards NPC is wearing one of the official commerce outfits. Are they just advertising commerce because it's the new season? And then here's the concept art, so that's Pretty cool that they list that, so artists can look at it. Oh, okay, we just got to the continent. I'll look at the rest of that later. Because I have to... I picked a good time to click back on screen. I have to focus on the commerce. Okay, good. It's still worth $8.56. At first I thought the price dropped for that one, but no, I was just looking at the price for the wrong thing. Okay. I do want to look at that little video on the gacha page because it's kind of odd that they have like a commerce mount out. What I'm thinking is maybe the old rewards that you have high drop rates for are like commerce related items. So gachas always make the new stuff with low rates and pretty hard to get, and then they also cram a lot of old stuff into the gacha that you have a very high probability of getting, so I think all the old stuff might be like commerce boosters. Okay, 856, and then we'll sell the scrap here too. So what are the items and drop rates for this scrap? This is the S tier stuff. the rarest drops. No, I'm not seeing anything related to commerce in here. That's too bad. What's up with the video then? Okay, so there's nothing in this scotcha that has anything to do with commerce. They're just including some commerce scenes in it to show off the outfits. So it's purely promotional. That's disappointing. Let's go to core. I would love it if they made like a purling cat wagon. Kind of make like a commerce mount that's similar to the alpaca wagon, but like a purling pet is pulling the wagon instead. Like that's something I would throw real money at. Put a purling like that in a pet gotcha and I would play it. So off to Quilla to sell this for 35. Okay, let's try somewhere in Ulad next. So maybe in... maybe Tailton? Maybe they'll have alchemy crystals. And then to Emain or Bangor, probably. Barrier spike crystals for 42 in Emain, so I'll head there next. How much time does that speed potion have left? 7, 8 minutes. Let's do this. Let's summon the partner. Use the camel. Take that whole barbecue bear and we'll take it to core, but I'm gonna go to Port Cian. Like, core should be about the same distance from like Sella or Quilla or Conus. But since I'm using the camel now, I should probably go to Port Cian because I'll get that movement speed buff in the desert, so I'll be able to move through the Longa Desert like much faster. So that should make the run go a little bit quicker than going to Quilla. If I was using the alpaca mount, it wouldn't really matter. Probably get to Port Cian maybe about 2 or 3 minutes before the speed potion wears off. Okay, finally at Port Conus, so... Looks like we're still going to Core Village for 693 with that stuff. And Speed Potion. Okay, so now we're gonna pick up some coracle rubber, because they have a lot of that. Let's buy that real quick before someone else does. And we'll take that to Quilla. sell the stuff here. I wonder if they have any more. They're probably sold out by now, but I wonder if they have any more cool rubber back there. Could try for another run. Okay, we'll take that, and then the Lotera raspberries, we'll take those to Quilla. Let's see if they have any of that Philia style jerky, and if they do, then I'll take that over to Ulad. Go to Port Conus. And let's grab some of that rock salt too. Alright, and while we wait to get from Port Conus to Port Sion, I will be right back. So two speed potions left. Recycle any expired items. Where do I want to take this? So this stuff I want to take it to Tara for 918 and this 871. Yeah, so Tara. And my affiliate rank goes up from that. That's nice. So we've almost made 30,000 points today. I need like 21,000 more points to reach the next rank. So let's take these to Tara for 624. And sell this for 624. Let's see what they have at Tailton. So I can take these to Cobb for 244. I guess that's what I'll do. So we're gonna get those scales and take those to Tailton for 83 next. $198 in Tara, that's pretty close by actually, so I guess I could take them there. Well no wait, they're $215 in Cobb. Let's buy those 50. And 40. Yeah, okay, we'll go for Cobb again. And then maybe I'll do a run from Belvast after that, because the speed potion will probably wear off before I get to Fort Cobb. I haven't done a run from Belfast today. Okay, so the price for these dropped here, so I'll take them to Dumbarton for 198. I could get a little bit more for them at Bangor, but I don't feel like taking them out that far. Let's actually take these to Core Village instead. I was thinking about going to Belvast and doing a run from there, since the speed potion is running out. But no, I think I'll just go straight to Cobb, and then over to Quilla, and then to Core. When we get to Idia, we can use the last speed potion. Alright, and real quick while we wait to get to Idia, I'm going to do a BRB. So that sold for $897. So I had, what, 264,325, and now I have nice, so we got about 3,000 points from that run. It's a lot. Take these to Tailton for 402. And then maybe I can run these to Tara right after. Let's take some butterbeer to Tailton next. I meant to go to Tilton, but I went to Tara by mistake. But that's okay, they're worth almost as much in Tara. So close to the trading post, might as well just sell them here. So we'll sell this butterbeer here, and then what about a run from Tur? And then after that, maybe we can do a Belvast run. So 46 in Tara, 45 in E-Main. Let's sell in E-Main actually. Oh, there goes my last speed potion. I need 10,000 more points to make it to the next rank. Let's try a Belvast run. So I can take this to Tilden. Same for the Iron Whips. I wonder if the ship is still broken. The Belvast one. I didn't have Steam check the game files, so might still get that same little glitch. take some lead to Core Village, I think, for 576. So we want the camel for that. And one thing of coal. Then we'll head into Port Cian. Take advantage of the camel's boost in the Longa Desert. Real good. At least I got on the ship at a convenient time, so it won't take us long to get there. Oh good, so the price did change, but it actually went up, so now it's worth even more in gore. So that's very good news. So 273,938. $273,938. Nice, so we made over 3,000 points on that. They do have coracle rubber. It looks like that's worth a lot in Philia right now, so... Yeah, let's do this. Let's take this to Philia, and then maybe if they have Philia-style jerky over there, we can take that to Ulad. And then if I sell that somewhere, that should be enough to get me to... what is it, gold 4? Yep. Yeah, so I should take that Philia style jerky to Tailton. That's what I should do. Let's buy that. And this will probably be the last commerce run. Yeah, I think I can get the rest of the points I need. Oh yeah, we need less than 1,000 points, so this will easily push us to the next level. So, last commerce run of the stream, we'll finally hit gold 4. Actually, no, on second thought, I'll take it to Quilla for a little bit less, because even that will be enough, and that'll be a little bit faster. And then if the price drastically drops in Quilla, I guess it's just bad luck. And finally made it to Quilla, so here comes gold 4. Finally, that took a while. And with that, we are going to wrap up commerce and the stream for the day. 50,000 points in 1 day. That's a lot. So I need 60,000 points to get to gold 3. I might actually do that this week. I'm kind of thinking like tomorrow we'll do slightly shorter streams and we'll get 30,000 points tomorrow on Thursday and another 30,000 on Friday and hit gold 3. And then we'll do the same thing Monday and Tuesday. We'll get 30,000 points each day. And hit 400,000 by Tuesday, so gold 2 by Tuesday. And then maybe I can get gold 1 by Thursday. That'd be really nice if we could get gold 1 by the end of next week. Made over a little over 1 million gold. That's pretty good. Alright, so we'll be doing another commerce stream again tomorrow.